Okay, looks like we are good to go. Set up on the proper deal. We're gonna go ahead and go fix our loot filter real quick. Well, fix the loot filter a little bit. To get a couple more levels under our belt first. We'll look at some trash for a while. I did make it to level 51 with this character last night. I'm sorry I'm a little late today. I was up until like 2, and then I was supposed to get up 6 hours. I was supposed to get up at 8. My alarm went off. I rolled over, fell back asleep, and then all of a sudden it was 11:30. Rushed to get everything set up and get in here. Oh, you know what? I suck. I don't even have sigils on. So bad at video games. I have a ring that's going to automatically cast my sigils for me if I'm about to die. Save my life. Back 20% of my HP and kinds of other stuff. Hammerden is cruising, by the way. Just cruising. DPS is outrageous. Not even really focused on DPS. Right, we've mostly been focusing on getting our defenses up. We don't have all of our resists up, but we're doing pretty good with armor. We're doing pretty good with block chance and block effectiveness. We've got some solid stats going on here for keeping us from being dead. I accidentally turned on the loot filter. That was the one that we had changed for our javelin dude. It was all physical and shit. And fire now. We are able to maintain a lot of ignites. And our ignites aren't doing too bad. 266 damage. Hey, there's another one of those spears. I like those build enabling uniques like that. Like to keep a couple of them around, you know? I don't know what I'm going to use. I guess I use Rebuke for my 5th skill. I feel like there was something else I was thinking about using. Could use Healing Hands. Paladins love the Healing Hands as a dash move. But honestly, I think I'm just gonna go with let's do rebuke, and let's do it as like a really big Healy skill, right? Maybe if it does more healing, I'll get more used to using it as my oh fuck button.
I cannot do that.
So that when I see my health start to go down, instead of thinking, oh my gosh, I need to move and I need to use a potion, I also should probably change my potion button because my potion and my rebuke kind of like in the same spot. Hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, thanks. We're cruising. We're moving. We're going. Let me go up here and get more idols. As we keep up our HP and our defenses and stuff like that as we move through the tiers here, we ought to pretty easily be able to get to empowered monoliths again, where I'm sure we will inevitably die. Because I'm really good at dying at empowered monoliths. Oh, looks like we gotta go this way. Yeah, I like these early monos. Like right when you get here with a character, because your levels go so fast. It's really nice. Especially once you feel strong enough that you can like skip a bunch of tiers and you go up to a level 90 mono and like level 65. You just bang through levels like no tomorrow. Oh, now I gotta relearn the new finger for healing. That's gonna be bad.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Nice. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We haven't set up our loot filter for this one yet because I don't think we're quite far enough along where I'm actually going to see anything if I have a loot filter. We do still have some bits and bobs we need to fix. I'll use a better belt. I'll use a better helmet. Definitely use a better helmet. Definitely use better armor. So, got some little things that need changing in here, but feels good on the whole. This is to activate shrines to lure out an ambush, but there's like one shrine over here. What's going on? Oh, yeah. Very nice. This is really going well. Let's get in here. Oh my gosh, I've already gained 4 levels on my rebuke. What's going on? What's going on over here? Alright, we got all of our health, we got all of that. Got all of that. Need more attack speed. Throw more hammers faster. There it is, level 53. Nice. The champion, what do you got? Ward per second. Alright, well that one's done. Let's go in here. Let's get our idols. Ooh. Get all those. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need. There's a sentinel idol. Warpath. Don't care about that. Stun duration and block effectiveness. Maybe. I don't think our hammers hit enough or hard enough. Need the stun duration. Let's see. 10% damage over time and some void resist. I'll take that one. Percent increased health and cold resist. I'll take that one. Can't believe I didn't get one of my smite ones and all of that. It's crazy. I need another smite one because my smite one right now is pretty bad. It's increased physical damage over time, which I don't really bleed. And it's only 13% chance to cast that smite, so it's really low. I want something up about 20. And then I think we'll really be cooking with gas. So we need to go ahead and find a new one that's better. Preferably one with like some health on it, because they can get up to a lot of health, like 70 something health. I'd love to get one that was maybe 20% and like 50 health. Pretty choice. And then we wouldn't need a second one. I think 20% chance is enough to cast all 10 of these every 2 seconds. Because we're just hitting so many times with our hammers. Looks like we got 2, maybe 3 bone spiders to destroy. One of those is probably actually the tomb, though. I forgot the button. It's E now to use potions. So these are some long-ass lasting poisons right here. What's going on? Poisoned for like an hour.
Do that. I cannot do that.
Need to start remembering my rebuke is gonna give me back mana and stuff too now, though.
Cannot do that. Stand down or die.
Health, fizz resist, potion slot. Might be something there. Might try and chaos that potion slot bonus, see if I can't get something else. How was your first little romp through the game gone, Drat? You been doing alright? You been kind of figuring it out, or got any questions, concerns, confusions?
Cannot do that. Cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Super slow is the way to go, dude. Gotta enjoy that scenery.
Cannot do that.
Level 54. Goodness, that was quick.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Hell yeah. What is the minimum level to speccing in pally skills? You have to get to a certain point in the storyline, and then you have to have at least 20 points in your generic tree before you can start putting points into the pally tree. And then once you get access to your pally tree, you'll instantly get the aura. And then once you put 5 points into once you put 5 points into the pally tree, you'll get healing hands. Once you put 15 points into the pally tree, you'll get sigils of hope. And then so on down the line. I don't remember exactly what the numbers are for each of the other skills, how many points you have to put in. But it's all based on the number of passive points you have in each of the trees. Determines on which skills you get access to and at what point. What's up, Zero Gravy? How are you today? Welcome, welcome. Reach level 20. I'm confused between Void Knight or Paladin. Paladin sounds cool, but Void Knight maybe because I don't understand what Rot and all those stuff do. So those are all just damage over time. I'll explain it to you. So if you go into your character screen and you look over here at other, you're going to find all of the damage over time ailments. Now, in this game, most ailments can be put on an enemy as many times as you want. So ailments work a little differently in this game. So you'll see here that you have a couple of different damaging elements. You have bleed, you have poison, you have ignite, you have frostbite, you have uh, chill doesn't do damage, slow doesn't do damage, shock doesn't do damage, electrify doesn't do damage, blind doesn't do damage. See, if they don't have a damage number, they don't really do damage. Now, time rot is different. Deals void damage over time, reduces melee attack speed, throwing attack speed, and cast speed by 15%, increases stun. So I don't know why time rot doesn't give you a damage number. I've never really used time rot, but this is just your set of ailments. And so the way it works is for every 100% of an ailment chance you get. So for example, I'm using ignite. So I have a 322% chance to ignite my enemies, which means every time I hit somebody, I will give them three instances of ignite, and those ignites will do 271 base damage. Okay, yeah, so if you want to build a bleed, then that's what you're looking at up here. You're going to be doing all your bleed chance, and then how much damage per bleed is right here. What you're looking for like a decent starting end game build is 500% chance and 500 damage. Um, as close as you can get to 500% chance and 500 damage. And that'll help you get through empowered monos. Yeah, so the Void Knight doesn't really have any bleed stuff, I don't think, but there's actually a search function. So if you check this out, you can go into Void Knight and you can just come up here to the search bar, type in the word bleed, and you'll see nothing is lighting up. There's nothing for bleed here. If I go down here to Pally, I've got bleed chance, throwing bleed chance, and then chance to bleed when hit, 3% per point. So this is actually going to cause you to bleed, but you can cleanse that. And then here you've got physical penetration with bleed, chance to be granted damage plus 7% per point, and increased damage over time, guaranteed 7% per point. So some big bleed stuff there. And then here you've got bleed stuff on the Forge Guard, but you'll notice that neither of these bleed nodes on the Forge Guard come after this breakpoint right here. So you can actually take both of these without having to choose Forge Guard. So if you want to do bleed, you definitely want to do Paladin because all of its good bleed tech is over here um, after its breakpoint here in the middle. So you have to be specialized in Paladin to really do bleed at the highest possible tier. But that search function is everywhere. It's in your skills. It's in all kinds of stuff. So if you're trying to do something and you want to see if a skill can do something, don't go through and try and read every individual node on your skill. So the bleed hammered in used to be like an insanely good build. I don't know why people stopped using it, what it is that changed that made it worse. But bleed hammered in used to absolutely be a good build. I think Ignite Hammered In is better just because smites don't bleed, smites only ignite. So I think that well, smites don't only ignite; they can also electrify and do some other things. But the smites don't bleed; they're an elemental attack. So you don't get the bonus bleeds like you get the bonus ignites. But I wouldn't listen to what people say, especially for your first build when you're trying to build it on your own. Fucking with shit is definitely the way to go. Maybe there is no good bleed build for Paladin. Uh, maybe that's true,
I cannot do
but you won't know until you freaking try.
stand down or die.
And you're not going to make it, all that far, especially if you're playing hardcore. Um, your first character just isn't going to get all the way to the end game, and so make sure that you, at the very least, don't play solo self found. At the very least, play account found. So that way, whatever you find on this first character, you can always use on your next character.
I cannot do that.
So really, what you're looking for right now is you're looking to get to end game with a character, so that you can find some cool stuff. Hey, what's up, Damien? Sorry, just trying to help Zero Gravy get his character off the ground here. How are you? How's everything going?
I cannot do that. 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 I cannot. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Play Spy Master Zarek. What's up, Zarek? Are you the master of spies?
I cannot do that.
Because you seem like the master of being dead. Yeah. I needed the mana. I'm sorry, Damien. Sorry that you have to work. Well, I hate you. Oh, look, it's another Heritage Gaming. Go away, dude. My last two followers have been Heritage Gaming 94 and Heritage Gaming 85. I'm so excited. They are exciting. Stupid bots. Are you so stupid? Stupid bots.
I cannot do that.
There you go. Hammered in with the band hammer. I like it.
Cannot do that. Cannot do that. I cannot do that.
What am I doing here? Find the ruined prisons. Okay. Oh, well, there's one right over here. Mana courses through me. I don't give a fuck about your freaking mana.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Level 56? Goodness, I was level 51 when we started. Already gone up 5 levels. 30 minutes. Just cruising, dude.
I cannot do that.
Way too good at this game. Ooh, there we go. Blind on hit. We might actually go ahead and just take 1 point of that. 7% chance to blind on hit, I think, is solid. Oh, I don't scan it. I'm not even looking at most of those pieces. If they're just straight up, yeah, I would probably have way better gear if I actually paid attention to the loot at all. The problem is if you don't have a loot filter, there's too much loot to look at. And so you do like I do, and you don't look at the loot at all. And then you end up in a position, which is why I lost my last Hammerden, which is you end up in a position where you're extremely weak for the area that you're in. And you totally should have found, 5 or 6 upgrades for your gear already. And you don't have those upgrades because there was too much loot, and so you just didn't go through it. So loot filters are probably one of the most important things for your character's strength, just in the whole game. Because, I didn't look at any of those items. The only item I looked at was the purple, and it's an axe, and I don't need an axe. And so I didn't even look at it. But everything else was just, might as well have not even existed to me. All this yellow stuff in here, I don't even look at. I don't know what it is doing. But there are some things that can help you if you want to be able to parse the information faster. There are some things about what's shown here that lets you know. So, for example, you could learn all of the prefixes and suffixes. Like eviscerating is critical strike multiplier. Right, so this is an eviscerating coral wand of static. So that's why it takes the suffix name from the plus 50% chance to shock. It takes the prefix name from the critical strike multiplier, right? It's the highest tier prefix and the highest tier suffix. You'll also see on here next to the name, on this side there's 2 dots. That means there's 2 prefix mods. And on this side there's 1 dot, so that means there's 1 prefix mod or suffix mod. Here you'll see the opposite. You've got one prefix, two suffixes, and you have Cryomancer's Plated Belt of Purity, probably healing effectiveness, and chance to cold. Oh no, cold damage, and necrotic resistance. Okay, that makes sense. Again, and that's extremely inefficient if you don't have a filter. So the best thing to do is to take a look at. Well, after we finish this one, I'll go through like the steps of making the individual filter bits. It's a little overwhelming at first, but at the very least, you can, because you won't really know what you want for your damage types and stuff right away. Because you're still, pretty new to the game, and how damage scaling works and stuff, you're still going to be experimenting with. So you're going to want a lot of different damage stuff being available. But something you can know right now is that, like, you definitely want health, you definitely want all your resistances, you definitely want stuff like that. So having something that will color, or let's just get teleported back here. And let's go through. So Shift F opens your filter. Now you can download a filter from the internet. There are some great leveling filters. If you find a build that's anything like the build that you're trying to run, somebody probably has a filter attached to it, and you can absolutely just download those. Go for it all day long. But you can also go ahead and create your own filter right here inside the game. Give it a name. Pally Stuffs. Enter a description. Stuff for paladins. And then give it a little filter icon. We're going to go with the body. Oh, no, there we go. We're going to go with that one. And we're going to make it Lello. And now we're going to see Pally Stuffs with the yellow skull right there. Oh, yeah? I saw that came out. I am not terribly interested, but I understand the impetus. So once you get your filter created, you're going to add a rule. So these rules are pretty basic. We're going to show, we're going to hide, or we're going to recolor. Show just means show it with the standard color that the game already gives things, right? You got yellows, you got purples, you got legendaries, you got all that stuff. So show. Hide is we don't want this to appear. And then recolor means show it and change the color that it's going to be. Recolor is probably the one you're going to use most frequently. But not exclusively. You can also choose emphasize, which capitalizes the item label so it really sticks out, it makes it larger. And then character level dependency. This rule will only be active between the selected character levels. I did play Elder Scrolls V, and I did enjoy Elder Scrolls V. And I am looking forward to 6, but yeah, so you can set this up for between two different levels. Then you're going to add a condition. So what we're going to do here is we're going to recolor. And we're going to pick, yeah, the yellow is too yellow. Let's pick a pink. There we go. And then we're going to add a condition. So this condition is a bunch of things, right? It could be a class requirement. So I only want to find Sentinel items. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It can be a faction requirement, right? I only want Circle of Fortune stuff. It can be a level requirement. I only want things below or above a certain level. Or max level could be below character level. So this is a great way to go through setting things up. If you only want to be finding like certain affixes, because you can add additional conditions, right? It could be max level below character level, and then I could go through and do like an affix condition that had certain things. So if I only wanted to level a certain way below a certain character level, I could with specific affixes. And then you've got highest usable level. So we're not really going to worry about this right now because I'm further into the end game. So we're going to look at, and then you have rarity item types, right? If you only want to find weapons, so whatever type of weapon you're using, do you only want all one-handed weapons, which you can just click there and it'll list them all? Or do you just want one-handed axes, or maybe just one-handed axes and scepters, or whatever? So you've got tons and tons of options. All of these drop downs, you can always click the big thing here and cover it up. But the big thing here is always affixes. The primary thing that you want to be sorting for is the affixes that you want. So you have a couple of different options here. We'll go into the advanced options too. So first thing you're going to do when you click affixes is you're going to go in here and you're going to select all the affixes you want. Now there are a couple of different things you're going to want to do. You want affixes that you shatter, and when you shatter those affixes, you get their shards. So you're going to want one color that represents stuff that you're going to be shattering, and you're going to want one color that represents stuff you're going to be keeping to either craft or use to make LP items later on. So your one where you're getting stuff to shatter is going to be really basic, where normally you just want at least one of the affixes that you know you're going to be using. But you're going to want that to be in a higher level. So you can pick here, you can have at least one of the affixes that you've selected, or I'm just going to pick a couple of random ones here. Because I have more now, I can have up to 4. So I can make it so that this requires that at least 4 of the affixes I've selected exist on the item before it'll recolor it. So if you were looking to just pick up the item that you wanted, then you could just go in and click like, I want 2 health affixes, and I want, 2 of my damage affixes or whatever on my body armor. And then, so I could just select just those 4 affixes. And then, so let's look at that. So, okay, for my body armor, what I would want is I would want strength and vitality. And those are my prefixes. Now, I know that those are prefixes. They don't say. Well, actually, they kind of do. Yeah, it's really, really good, Drat. Now, you don't necessarily have to get into the weeds like this. You could make some slightly more general stuff. Like I said, I think the first big thing is just going through and finding all of the items all of the attributes that you think you're going to use, right? Your health attributes, your resistance attributes, uh, all of those things that are definitely going to be a part of your build, and then recolor those something, and then just pick them all up and use your shattering runes on them so that you have the pieces so that you can craft those. Health is especially important, and resistances are especially. And then these stats are also pretty important because most classes will use stats. So if all you do is just recolor a couple of stats that are, say, level 4 plus, because you want to have them in higher levels, because you'll get more shards that way. But even if you don't do it at 4 plus, right? Do it at 2 plus, do it at 3 plus, waste some shattering, that's fine. It doesn't matter. But just to get your your shards built up, so that when you get better pieces, you can go ahead and craft in on those is pretty important. Um, but there is a way to tell if it's going to be a prefix or a suffix. So you'll see here, this just says mighty, and this says of the polymath, right? So mighty would be a prefix because it would be mighty short sword. Of the polymath would be a suffix because it would be short sword of the polymath, right? It wouldn't be of the polymath short sword. So you can kind of tell, and this is just telling you what the name is going to be on the item, if this is the highest tier suffix on that item. So yeah, that's how you can tell. So these are going to be my two prefixes, and then I'm going to come down here to health, and I'm going to say I want added health, and I want increased health. So increased health is the percentage health, added health is the flat health, and I can get both of these stats together on a body armor. And I'm going to confirm that. I'm going to say I want all 4 of those. And that way, it's only going to recolor pink body armors. And I'm actually going to use this filter setup for a little while here. So it's only going to recolor this to pink if I get all 4 of my stats that I want. And then you have some options for tier of individual affixes must be, and then total affix tiers. So tier can go up to tier 7, right? So we've got more, or equal. We got more or equal to, let's say at least 3. I want all 4 of these affixes to be at least tier 3. And then total affix tiers, I want one of them to be tier 6. So 3, 3, 3, and 6 is 9, and 6 is 15. I want more or equal to tier 15. That's going to add that in. And so now, so this is any item. So the other thing I would want to do is add a condition. And then I actually probably want to move. Can I move the conditions? Oh, I don't think I can move the conditions. Maybe I can put this below, though. So I only want to see armors. I only want to see body armors with this. And my subtype, we're gonna really get in the weeds here. So I'm only going to see specific Sentinel body armors. So we're gonna do the top tier of body armors here. And only these top tier body armors. And we're gonna update that. So they're the only things that can recolor that color are 3 very specific body armor bases with those 4 stats of at least 14 total tiers. We're not going to see that. You're never going to see that recolor happen, but I'm going to leave it on just in case. Now, I forgot one thing that I should tell you. One of the first things that most people do is they add a rule that removes everything. So the way the loot filter works is rules that are higher up supersede rules that are lower down. So the first thing everybody does is they make a rule that goes on the bottom down here that removes everything. You just go in, you hit hide, add that, and hide all items. And then everything is hidden except for whatever rules you put above that recolor or change or whatever. So that's how you see most people don't see a lot of stuff on their loot filters. But it's something you can work at slowly. Make yourself 1 rule a day or something like that. Even get really, really granular with it like I did there, and make it for just a single item. You're looking for just a body armor. Maybe that's the only item that you have that's really shit. you just really need a body armor, you can turn those on and off, right? I can just boop, click this right here, and then now that's off. So as soon as you've, yeah, as soon as you've made a rule, it kind of permanently sticks with your character. And it sticks with your account because these are account filters, so you can use them, you can share them, you can whatever with other people. I mean, it's just such an incredible system. So one of the things you want to do is kind of make a general one, right? Every class is going to need um,
I cannot do that.
all the affixes for like resistances, and health is pretty standard, and even like attack speed is pretty standard. Uh, so you kind of want to make like some general rules that you're going to use no matter what for your early game characters. And then as you get characters into the late game, into empowered monoliths, and you really want to start drilling down on just the items that those characters want to use, you can start making some specialized stuff. And then turn them on and off as you don't need to. Make different
Cannot do that.
make different filters for different characters and stuff like that. A huge part of your character creation and customization, though, is all about getting those filters right. And I do a shit job of it. I am not the person that you want to emulate when it comes to filters.
Stand down. I cannot do that.
And again, there are incredible filters. Yeah, of course. There are incredible filters on the internet. The content creators for this game do pretty significant amount of work to create filters for different builds, to create different builds, to make that stuff as easy and accessible. If you go to the Maxroll website, there's just a bajillion filters out there. So you shouldn't really ever even need to make your own filter. You could just go and borrow filters for everything that you make. Until you get to like the super duper end game, if you're creating your own builds and not using a build that's widely used, then you'll probably be fine with just some bog standard stuff, right? Like all the Ignite builds are kind of the same. So, you go in, you can also tweak filters really well. Once you understand the rules and stuff, you go steal a filter from somebody else and 90% of the work is already done for you. And then you just go, okay, I'm actually going to go for this unique instead, so change this. I'm actually going to be using this weapon type instead, so change this. And then you'll be good to go. And that's probably the easiest and best way to go about it.
Stand down or die.
But it is fun to just make your own too.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Killing all the enemies. I'm actually pretty afraid here. No reason to be. Avoiding necrotic damage, none of that matters. Here we go. Chance to ignite fire damage. Definitely enchant that. Increased armor, reduced damage taken from physical. Only got one Weaver's Will there. It's only going to upgrade one tier. That. Baller. Hell yeah. We are on cruise control.
I cannot do that.
Get some tomes of experience here. Nice. So I looked again for some information. I didn't see any additional information about anybody else succeeding at the solo self-found thing. So it looks like the rewards are still all up for grabs. That may be the top tier. Really no. But if we look in the ladder here, let's take a look at all the people who have died in the top of the ladder. Okay, it's been a surprisingly small number of people. A bunch of people have gotten to 100. We have a full set of 50 in level 100 now. That's cool. Things are probably going to be winding down soon on the race. I imagine in the next 24 to 48 hours. All of the slots will get taken. People have pretty well drilled down on what exactly it takes to beat that fight. And they're all kind of playing the same build because it's a build that they know can beat the fight. So probably going to be seeing the end of this race here pretty soon.
Stand down or die.
None of that.
I cannot do that.
That guy died quick. Ooh, you know what I forgot to do this morning? Got to take my caffeine this morning. No wonder I'm feeling a little dull in the brain here. There it is. That'll kickstart the day for me. Look at all them things on fire. All them beautiful smites coming in out of the sky.
I cannot do that.
Where's the boss of this place?
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
The last thing that I would like them to do is make it so that I can move rules from one loot filter to another. So like I've made that rule about the body armors, but I'd love to like move that over to one of the filters that already exists. I can just recreate that filter again or create that rule again, no problem. But if you had made like a bunch of rules
I cannot do that.
and then, found a good like general filter,
I cannot do
it would be nice to be able to just boop boop move them over. Okay, I don't see an indicator of where this boss is. Normally there's like a blinking circle out here. But I don't see it. Can you just be dead? Goodness, we going all the way in here. No, here's the boss. Oh, because I've already beat this boss, maybe? Maybe I'm supposed to beat all the different types of bosses. I don't know, that was scary. That was real scary. Oh, we got a Weaver's Will point. Nice. More Nemesi. What happened to my... Ooh, nice. I like that. 3% increased armor, reduced bonus damage taken from critical strikes. And freaking tastic. Can't do those. Okay, they do have to be class specific. Go ahead and enchant that one. Full resistance, bleed duration. Not really what I'm looking for. I'm definitely going to want to re-enchant that one. But let's take a look at some of these. So these Weaver's idols are typically much better than these small and medium idols. So there's probably a good chance that I can get in there with some, like fire penetration and elemental resistance is probably pretty good. Physical pen, damage reflected, probably not. Stun avoidance, health, maybe. So this is plus health regen. Plus health, plus mana, stun avoidance, maybe. Not terribly concerned about stun avoidance, but it is an issue to consider. Healing effectiveness, health, necrotic damage, no. Chance to gain ward on when hit. Fire resistance, no. 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 Restun duration, no. Ward retention, no. Health gained on kill, 6% increased health is pretty huge. If that was a different resist that I actually needed, I'd probably be all over that. But I definitely think this one, Fire Penetration, LE Resist. I think I have an LE Resist. Let's see, over here somewhere. Yeah, 16 armor, 3 LE Resist. Let's take 2% Fire Penetration. I actually don't need the LE Resist, but idols are getting really crazy. Getting really crazy. Oh, going the wrong way. Electrify chance. Well, really isn't useful at all, is it?
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do it. Stand down and die. I cannot do that.
I bubbled it. I'm so good at this freaking game. At least when I'm incredibly overpowered, I'm good at this game. As soon as I start to be about equal power with the enemies, everything goes super sideways, and I just end up getting the crap kicked out of me. But until then, I tell ya, just wow. Oh my damn. Oh no! Judge Vision GL, level 100 Paladin, died at position 20. That person was likely
Stand down or die.
trying to kill Uber Aberoth. They are probably raging right now. There's a good chance there's a broken keyboard in that house. Oh, I think I'm talking to myself again. Sorry, y'all. I'm having kind of a funky morning. Like I feel good, but I'm also just really unfocused right now. My brain is in the clouds. Oh no, another one.
Stand down.
Level or number 57 also died.
I cannot do that. Stand down or die. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Did. Boop did. Auf uns Mirage. Board game when you dodge while chanting. Pick both of those up. I was contemplating trying a controller on this game. So controller support is new or has recently been improved. Yeah. So they recently did kind of a big update to their movement because they added WASD movement as well as changing, I think, the controller support. So you may find that you like it. I've seen good things. Personally, I like playing with the mouse and keyboard because I love the mouse movement. You know, I've played a ton of like League of Legends and stuff like that. And I've played a ton of old school ARPGs like this, and I'm just really, really used to this particular movement style. So I don't even know if I could play with the controller. But it is an option. It is available. And I certainly would prefer controller over WASD. I don't know how anybody could play WASD in a game like this. I would straight lose my freaking mind.
Stand down or die.
I don't know, like, I guess, I wonder if it's a two stick, and like, one stick controls your motion, one stick controls the direction you're facing, or something. Like, I don't even know how you would use, oh, God, that sounds awful. Oh, shoot me now. There's no way. No way my brain could figure that out. I guess it's definitely better for kiting because you could be moving away while sort of facing the other way and preparing to throw your skills in the other direction. So, like, I guess I get it. Be fairly positive. See how many stacks we can get on this guy here. I saw 130 on that scorpion earlier. I don't have enough mana to just keep on going here. I might just sit here and regen my mana for, and then just burn it all on this dude. See what we can get to. Because he's not really scared. Here we go, here we go. I think I might be standing too close. There we go. 140 was the peak number I saw there. That's not bad. Definitely not a sustainable 140, but we'll get there. We got to get some new rings with throwing mana reduction. Like mana cost reduction. Actually, I need to add... Let's add a filter. Specifically for that, because I need it. We'll just recolor anything and everything that has specifically that stat. Because it's so important to this build. Ooh. This had a ton of Weaver's Will on it. 19 Weaver's Will. Clotho is Vigo. Bye bye. For fire resist, meh. Necro penetration, meh. Ba-da-dum, doom, doom. Ba-doom, doom, doom, doom. Ba-da-doom, doom, doom. Doom, 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 doom. Steve walks whirly down the street, brim pull way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Ooh, bonus armor and armor applies to damage over time. Yes, please.
Stand down or die.
Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Another thing that might interest you, Drat, is there is now a system of preferences in the stash tabs. So this is going to be another huge data dump, but just something to keep in the back of your mind here. If you right-click a stash tab, you can change the stash tab's name, and then you can change its priorities. I don't know exactly what this category is for. There's nothing different on there right now. But like you could give it a name, you could give it a color. You could do just like you did with the rules on there. You can also give it a priority, just like Path of Exile 2. So you don't even have to necessarily enter the stash tab. Oh, the category is you can make more categories up here. But anyway, so the preference is like you can pick rarities, you can pick legendary potentials, pick how much Weaver's Will something has. You know, you can sort it by class, you sort it by level requirements, item faction requirements, all kinds of stuff like that. So instead of having just a jumble of garbage, you could set it up where like one tab is legendaries, another tab is legendaries with legendary potential, another tab is your exotics, another tab is your idols, Another tab is whatever. And then when you went in and dropped stuff off, just automatically sort into those tabs. And then when a tab was full, you could go through. Yeah, it's super kick ass. I should totally be using it, but I'm not because I'm a scumbag. But especially when you get into the end game, that's another one of those. You set up your loot filter so that it kind of gets things sorted for you, and then you set up your stash tabs, and then you literally just pick up everything that your loot filter tells you to pick up. And then when you fill up a tab, you go through and like make decisions based on what's in the tab. And so that cuts down the amount of time you spend fucking with your loot by a pretty considerable amount. And it's good to save that time whether you play really fast or not. The racers, the people who are super super fast at this game, who are just banging through end game as fast as they can, they do it to limit the amount of time that they're standing inside of their base, going through loot and stuff like that and sorting loot so that they can just go as fast as they possibly can. But also, it's a huge fucking drag to just be sitting there for an hour, even if you're, intentionally a slower player, dealing with your stash garbage and having to go through, an hour of garbage loot to find one decent item. So just being able to do those things so that more of what you look at gives you that good feeling. That, ooh, that's kind of nice. Ooh, actually, that's kind of nice too. Ooh, that's cool. I like that feeling. I like that little hit of adrenaline you get when you're like, oh, I might be able to use that.
Cannot do that. Too heavy. Too heavy.
Whatever, we'll leave the weavers idols there. Actually, when we get back, I am going to set up my stash tabs, and I'm going to go through all my loot. Boring, but it has to be done.
Cannot do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Rat. Loot fatigue is a real thing. And I get it. It's not something you can avoid in an ARPG, right? In order to have the variety of stats and stat combinations and build possibilities and skills and stuff like that that these games have. And when you're trying to create sort of an open-ended environment where I can just play really whatever I want, then you have to have every possible combination of stats available to drop to the player. Totally get that. Totally into it. And thank God that the person who created Filter Blade for Path of Exile created Filter Blade and got this whole loot filter thing going and really, drilled down on what it was that people needed to be able to adjust to get a good filter going on. Because, I mean, that person literally saved the ARPG genre. Because Path of Exile was so bad about, I mean, just drowning in that shit. You couldn't find a decent item in that pile of shit to save your life without a loot filter. So, it's great that they've got them. It's great that they seem so easy to use, right? It's just a logic. You're just taking logic steps to drill down on, what am I looking for? What do I want? What do I not give a shit about? I mean, it's basically just a series of if statements. And then you're good to go. I don't actually care about this one, but I want to enchant something. Ooh. 5 Weaver's Will. Holy shnikes. A threshold, ward per second. Still, this first stat, 6% increased armor, 3% of armor mitigation also applies to damage over time, is cray cray.
Cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Hey, did I just hit 60? Nice. You go back and get these glyphs and shards. There is a problem. A lot of people start skipping glyphs and shards and stuff like that. Until you've at least been playing for a couple of 100 hours on a season, pick up all your shards. Because there is going to come a point where you need a shard of some obscure stat just to be able to Glyph of Chaos it. Because you have to have one of the shards to use a Glyph of Chaos on a stat. So always pick up all your shards, even if they're not something you're going to use. Getting rid of shards is not something you can do in the loot filter, so they're always going to show up. Always pick them up.
Cannot do that.
It's one little click, they automatically go into your shard inventory over here. Crafting is a huge part of this game. Don't let that fall by the wayside.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Mm-hmm. Not that I don't think you're probably smart enough to figure that out on your own. I have to be saying something. It's important to be talking while I'm streaming.
I cannot do that.
And it's also not necessarily directed at you. I tend to just act like there's a bunch of people watching, so that if there ever is a bunch of people watching, I'm actually being entertaining. Alright. Why do I have a blue sword? Okay, so I am going to go use the restroom real quick, and then we're going to sort out all of this gosh darn loot. Because, oh my god. So I'll be right back.
Drat underscore says class change. You are now a loot lizard.
I'm not a loot lizard. You're a loot lizard. What's up, Blighted? All right, let's change these stash tabs up. This one is already supposed to be for uniques. Let's go ahead. Let's buy new stash tabs here. You buy these just for in-game gold currency. They get progressively more expensive. You can buy like 20 of them or 200 of them, or I don't know. I don't know how many stash tabs you can have. We're gonna get a bunch because I got 2 million or 2 million gold here. So who gives fudge? Elite category. All right. So stash tab number 1 gonna be uniques. Stash tab number 2. Actually, let's name this because we'll put weapons on it. We'll make it kind of a goldish color. Actually, that's probably a better color. Unique. Confirm. Unikas. Dash tab number 2 is going to be LP Unikas. Put that on there, and then we're going to pick kind of the same color. We're going to go to tab priority. We're going to go to uniques with anywhere from 1 4 legendary. Well, actually, I don't guess we even need to put a maximum. We just put a minimum. At least 1 legendary potential. Confirm. Next, we're going to make legendary. We're going to go put a red on there. And we're going to make that legendaries. Confirm. Fan-freaking-tastic. Next one is going to be Exalteds. We're going to put star. Confirm. We did not give it a priority. So this is going to take all of our Exalteds. Then we got stash tab 5. Can I just do idols? Gonna be legend. Wait for it. Dairy. That's actually pretty annoying that I can't put idols in here. Oh, yes I can. Yes, I freaking can. Idols. Hey. Make those green. And give them... That's a relic symbol. What's a good idol symbol? I think that's a good idol symbol. Confirm. So we've got our idols, we've got our uniques, We've got our LP uniques, we've got our legendaries, we've got all of our exalteds. That's mostly what we're going to be keeping. We're going to put another stash tab. This is just going to be the trash tab. So you always want a tab that can take anything as your first tab when you're doing this. Because if you do that, then what happens is you just start putting things in, and anything that doesn't have a tab associated with it will go straight in here. You see that? So there's a yellow, doesn't have a tab associated with it, and bammo, that yellow went right in here. So I know that this is some trash that I didn't have a tab set up for. So either I need to be looking for a tab, or potentially one of my tabs is filled up, like my unique tab is full, so this goes to the trash tab. Right, exactly. It's just your catch filter. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here. I know that this is the legendary tab here, or the unique tab here. So I know I've got a bunch of stuff in here that's not supposed to go in here. So I'm going to pull everything out. And then I'm just going to start dumping stuff back in. And it should set it up top to bottom, left to right. So I should be able to go right back in here and see some of the stuff. I can go right back in, just start dumping this stuff in here. Looks like my Exalted tab is full. Let's take out some of this stuff. Okay, that can go in. That's going in. That makes it in. No, the sort button down here doesn't sort. It sorts the individual tab, not the entire thing. Unfortunately. What I'd really like to see, and what I think would be super cool, is if you could associate these tabs with your loot filter rules. So, you set up your loot filter and you say, show me all these exalted items, or, show me all of these items with specific tiers of stuff, because it doesn't show you in your inventory if something is recolored to be like red, and that means that you're supposed to shatter it. It doesn't show you that it's red inside of your inventory. So you pick it up, that's great, but you may also pick up an item that you really want to keep. So then you still have to parse that information in here as you're going through your inventory. But if you could associate your inventory stash tabs to those filters, then I could just dump everything into the stash, and then instead of having to go through my exalteds to see which ones I want to keep and which ones I want to nuke, it would just put the ones that I know I want to nuke into the shatter tab, and then when the shatter tab was full, I could just pull them all out and shatter them all. And that would be fucking epic. Let's see. So we already did this one. Okay, so this one's clear. Pulled everything out of here. We only have uniques in here. Now we have uniques. We're gonna pull all of these out. How full? Oh my goodness. Let's clear the idols, because I know. There we go. We can just go back to trash here. Some of this stuff for sure I just want to get rid of. Let's take all these yellows out. They don't matter or have any place here. Oh, I don't have a place for set items either. I will need to do that.
Yes?
That's weird. This wasn't the first tab that I opened into. When I opened it up, it opens me into my unique tab. So apparently, the first tab that you have is still like your primary tab. Um, so be careful with that. Why are we advertising Albion Online in my chat? What is this? Oz. Oh, did you get an ad on my channel? You shouldn't really be getting ads. Oh, my unique tab is full. This sucks. It all sucks. Need a new trash tab. That's another thing you could do is, right, you fill up a trash tab and then you just move another one in front. Are all of these LPs? They're not. Doesn't matter, you should still learn that every sword has its own story, where it's crafted, transported, sold, and used to murder foes until the holder dies. It's sold again to repeat the process, and just like that sword, you also have your own story. Yet to begin, download Albion Online today to start writing your own story. Cool, I guess. Do the Weaver's Will items seriously count as LP? It looks like they do. Okay. Cool. Smart's definitely the word I would use. Sure. Sure, for sure. Okay, I think all of those are actually legendary. Nope, that one just has legendary potential. The colors are almost too samey. Alright, let's take all these idols out of here. This crap out of here. Got nothing but Exalteds in here now, I think. Good deal. Yeah, it looks like just Exalteds. And the idols are almost totally full. My goodness. And the uniques are full. So we need a new unique tab. So we're going to go over here to tab 8. We're going to call it uniques 2. Going to give it the same color, same stuff, tab priority, unique. Firm. Come over here. Back into our trash. Let's pull out all of our uniques. Those sorted, come back into this trash. This is mostly going to go into Exalteds. Dump all this stuff back in. Okay, my Exalted tab is full. Another Stavage tab. We're going to go Exalted 2. Pick a star and purple. And we're going to go with Exalted tier. Firm. Move this. Oops, over here with Exalteds. Go back to our trash tab. Okay, these don't count and these don't count. These experimentals are a little weird. We need to get a set. We don't have any set yet. So let's go over here. Sets. That. This green. Actually, it should be this green, and idle should be the other green. So we're going to change that. This is going to take set pieces. Okay. Idols need to change to this green. Confirm. Then we go back to our trash and we pull all the trash out. And we go through and put it all in one more time. We're going to keep this. Everything else is just yellow garbage. That took a couple of minutes, but our stuff is officially kind of sorted here. Now what I can do is I can just dump stuff in here. And why isn't it going to uniques? It went to set. Maybe it automatically goes to the last thing something was put into. So yeah, cancel that. First tab is not static. I don't know exactly how it works. But yeah, so now I can just dump stuff in there during gameplay, during streams. And then when we're not on stream, I can sort that stuff a little bit. And hopefully that'll just help us have generally better gear as we go through. But that's something definitely should all do. Now you can also set it up, and I will set it up later, where items that are specifically for Paladin, for example, go into a Paladin Exalted or a Paladin Unique, or you know, something like that. So that way, I don't think it opens into the tab you were in, because I did go into the first tab to check that. I went into my trash tab and then closed it and opened it again. It went back to the unique tab. I think it goes back to whatever tab had the last item put in, which is not as useful as I think they thought it would be. I definitely wish it was the last tab that you were in, because then I could always just go back to the first tab before I exited out. But it's not that difficult. What you might be able to do is create a category that's just a trash category and make that your first category and just have your trash tabs in the trash category. And so that way, if it puts you somewhere else, because you saw that my stash tabs extended beyond a ways, and so I would have to maybe like move back and forth up there, but the categories are on a different tier. So it would be faster just to go to the trash category instead of the trash tab. Then you could have 2 or 3 trash tabs in there that you could quickly get through. That would probably make all that pretty easy. I don't think I actually need to go in that one. I think I have pretty good. Dang it, Hermit, hurry up and die so we can see you play a non-sentinel character. I'm not going to play a non-sentinel character, Damien. You must be smoking crack. You see how bad I am and how often I die playing the tankiest class in the game. What do you think is going to happen if I play something else? You'll play a marksman, I'll die in level 5. I am a sentinel. Gosh darn it. I play sniper in Once Human because it's the tankiest class in Once Human. Because you don't ever get shot because you get to shoot everything from super long range. And so everything in that game is basically melee. Sniper rifle is the safest class to play. I'm a chicken shit. I don't want to get hurt. The first character I ever made on Once Human was a sniper rifle with Fortress Warfare, so I took less damage, with the auto healing set. What is it called? The Savior set was the first set I ever built on my first sniper character. Way, way back. So, like, I know it seems like I was playing a DPS character in Once Human, but I, in fact, was playing a tank. What's up, Delex? You like my spinny hammers of doom, dude? Of doom. I mean, snipers just are the tankiest characters. in shooter games, right? You can find cover. They try and make them into squishy DPS glass cannons, but have you ever seen? There's an anime. It's sort of a alternate storyline or a concurrent storyline with the second season of Sword Art Online. Where they're playing Gun Gale Online. There's a sniper in that game, and he uses a 50 caliber sniper rifle, but he also has like a mobile bunker setup that he carries around on his back. And whenever he needs to snipe, he pulls out his little mobile bunker and like unfolds it in front of himself and then lays down behind it. So he's basically just impossible to hit. And he's got this huge ass sniper rifle. And it's awesome. And it's exactly what I want. I want to shoot you from so far away, you can't shoot me. And then I want to put a giant wall in between us so you can't shoot me. Yeah, we are. We're cruising today. This is great. I'm really enjoying it.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Yeah, we keep losing our characters, and every time we lose our characters, instead of just remaking the exact same character, which is probably the smart way to go, because, you know, my loot filters and stuff are set up for the other character, and I kind of know the other character's playstyle. We're kind of just making a new character every time and trying to get that to empowered monoliths. And then if we die in empowered monoliths, then we'll pick something else and we'll go with that. But yeah, we're having a good time with it. I'm enjoying it.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I really do like these hammers. One of my first decent characters in this game, way back in the day, was a hammered it.
I cannot do that.
So I'm into it. Hammerdins are fun. Big Ugly. Let's see, what kind of Weaver's Will did I get? Oh, Lord Decay, I didn't like that, that's right. But still, armor's already pretty good. Yeah, so now we can just come over here. We go to a trash tab. Bam. Dump all this shit in there. How did we even pick that up? Looks like our idle tab is full. Holy shnikes. Why is there a legendary? Why are there a bunch of uniques in my idle tab? What's going on here? What's the time they launch game tomorrow? What game is getting launched? Oh, you mean for mobile? 17 Pacific time? So that's 5 p.m. Pacific time? Well, it says PT. It doesn't say PST. PST is Pacific Standard Time, which is normally the abbreviation. But assuming they mean Pacific Time, then that'll be 5 p.m. Pacific. They might not mean Pacific Time. The company that makes that is, I don't know if it's Chinese or something like that, but or Japanese maybe. I don't actually know where they're from. But that may be, PT may be their Pacific time. So it might be their coastal time zone instead of our coastal time zone.
Cannot do that.
Hmm.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, I don't know if it might be the coastal time for Asia. Might be abbreviated PT instead of PST.
I cannot do that.
So it could be,
Do that.
I guess that would be early morning or late night on the 22nd for me here in the United States. Yeah, I think it's going to be huge for the game to have it be on mobile like that. I definitely think because of how casual the game is and how sort of session based the game is, I think that's going to be a huge benefit to players as well. There's going to be a lot of players who just want to hop on, do a couple silos, hop off, hop on, grab their crops, hop off, stuff like that. So I think it's huge.
Cannot do that. I 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 cannot.
Charge the beacon. Murder everything.
Stand down. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do. I cannot do that. I cannot do. I cannot do.
They're hammers. Throwing hammers, and then they spin around me in circles. Light everything on fire when they hit them. I'm Thor's much more awesome fire-based brother.
Stand down or die. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
There is a falconer
I cannot do that.
in this game. You can play a falconer class, and the falconer class does have a falcon that flies around and helps them out. It has some different functionality, so that is totally a thing that you can actually do.
I cannot do that.
100%.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I prefer my spinny hammers personally, though. Locate the primeval dragon. Bro, this game is easy to play. You know, I don't necessarily dislike easy controls. The game itself isn't easy. I'm kind of just tearing through stuff right now, but we're still pretty mid-game. We're not anywhere near the late game. I keep losing characters and dying because the game itself is very hard. We just happen to be really strong for the position in the game that we're in right now. Also, I'm level 62 and I'm in a level 58 zone. I honestly should be moving on. I just kind of got into the zone, into the rhythm, and just kept going in this area. But I should be moving on. But it's definitely not an easy game.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I mean, just the effort of creating and coming up with your build takes quite a bit of knowledge and quite a bit of effort. Oh, I already cleared the travel, or the ambush. Whoops. Yeah. We can just come right back over here. Go back to our trash tab and just boop, 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 boop. Oh, that's so good. So good. I pick up so much more stuff now because I know that it'll be super easy just to dump in there and it'll be sorted. I'm so happy I could poop.
cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different possible control schemes that you can use, Dolex. You can use a controller. They do have controller support for this game. You can use the mouse movement, which is very League of Legends. Right, you left click to move around. I've got my skill on my right click, and then I've got all my other skills on QWER down there on the bottom. Or you can use WASD movement and just move around with WASD, and then use your mouse to sort of aim what direction your character is looking. So I could be moving in one direction and firing in another direction.
I cannot do that.
Personally, I prefer the mouse movement, so I always just play mouse movement. But there are lots of different options for lots of different types of players. I got using hammer throw grants you a stack of zeal for 4 seconds, which increases your damage, critical strike chance by 10% per stack. Global increased damage. This is what I need. Projectile speed for sure. Sure, for sure. Getting that for show. And more healing. Nice. And some level. Some more of that sweet, sweet block chance. And then I think we're just going to go around the long way. We'll just full clear this zone. Instead of running back through that area with no enemies to kill. That sounds boring. Ooh, unique boots. Actually, want to look at those idols real quick. Chance to cast Smite. Void damage over time. Blind with spells. Melee. So that's definitely a better Smite than what I have. So we are actually going to go in here and clear this too so that I can upgrade that smite idol. Because it needs it. Now we'll be getting way more smites off, almost double the smite.
Cannot do that.
Honestly, I don't think we're smiting enough. Maybe we'll use both of these for a little. Let's move. There we go. Now we got a 30% chance to smite. Now we'll be smiting way more.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Booyah!
Cannot do that.
Get murdered.
Do that. Cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Treasure chest. Ooh, it had a loot lizard in it.
Stand down or die.
Loot lizards are the best. Of all of the different loot creatures that I've seen in different ARPGs, I really like these loot lizards. They're a really great implementation of the loot mechanic. I like that they have specific types of loot. It's all very good. I love that there's a stash in here. So I can access my stash if I need to get this action. Increase damage over time. Nice. With 4 Weaver's Touch. These Weaver's bonuses to your idols are freaking insane, dude.
I cannot do that. I cannot. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Nice. We're really cruising here. I think it's about time. We need to go ahead and move on to a more difficult one of these monoliths. I think level 90. So the fat guy in the Spirits of Fire was really easy. The fat guy in Heroat was really easy. So we might just go in here and do this one first, because I think this is one of the female harbingers. And they flip around and get all crazy. I can definitely kill the fat dudes. Super easy. I've got a little short on void damage, or void resistance here. We do need to be a little careful in this zone, I think. Did I dig it?
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I really need to get some rings that have throwing mana reduction.
I cannot do
Real bad.
I cannot do that.
I am not very high on the leaderboard at all anymore. Because my old characters that were higher on the leaderboard got killed.
I cannot do that.
And a lot of people have passed me. So on the leaderboard now, I'm number 10,000 in the level that I'm in right now. But I should be moving up throughout the course of the day. I fell way down because I lost that character. Brad, looks like we need another idol here. So idols 2. That and that green right there. And we want idols. Confirm. Confirm. So if your character gets killed, you lose level. Yeah. You don't just lose levels. You straight up lose your character. So technically all of my characters still exist. They're just now on the softcore ladder instead of on the hardcore ladder. So because the race I was participating in requires that you be playing a hardcore character, if you die, you have to start a new character to continue to participate in the race. So I've lost 2 pretty high level characters. I lost an 88 and a 79. And the 88 was the one that reached number 251 in the ladder before getting killed. Now, that character is not still number 251 on the ladder because anybody who passed it in levels sort of knocked it down a place. So it's probably not even top 1,000 anymore because so many people are above level 90 now. But that was my highest point. It was 251. And so now we're just trying to get a character back up that way again. We keep making mistakes, letting things kill us. How much Weaver's Wool does that have? Only 13? That's too bad. Let's get in here, actually. Let's add a rule, recolor. Um, add a condition. Affix. Affix we want is throwing damage and reduce mana cost. I don't really care what tier or anything like that. I just want some rings that maybe I can craft on and have that affix. I need to reduce my mana cost. It is really hindering my damage output. Not have that. So, yeah. Destroy both flame spires.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
That was frightening. But we did get a bunch of... Here we go. Nope. No, here, yeah. Okay, nice. So we're up to 4% increased damage over time, which is great. And then some physical resistance, which doesn't really matter. That was a nice little boost there. I like it when the Weaver's Will keeps going on the stat that we already had, that we like, instead of making new stats that maybe I don't need.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I came into the 90 zone now, didn't I? That explains why things are taking longer to die. I feel like I'm getting hit harder.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
We bubbled.
I cannot
I'm gonna need the mana regen on this bubble to be higher. A little meh. Let's go through here. I want to look at some exalteds. Do we have any exalted rings? Wow, I actually don't have any exalted rings. That's kind of crazy. Okay, well, guess we just keep on pushing then. Keep on keeping on.
Stand down or die. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot
I
do
feel like I need to get some better and more consistent sustain. The smites are doing great, but my life leech here, right now I'm using these really shitty gloves so that I can maintain that elemental life leech. And that's great, but I definitely need some more and better sustain, I think.
I cannot do that.
Losing just a little bit too much health. And because of the way these hammers work, the smites were coming down really well when I was using my spin to win because I had such a small area. So the smites were pretty much all happening like right on top of me all the time. Now that I'm using these hammers and they get out there pretty far, they start triggering smites on things that are pretty far outside of my range to receive that healing. And so it's just not necessarily working as well. They still put down some good ignites. But if I'm not getting the heals from it also, start to run into an issue of not having quite enough sustain. So we definitely want to correct by getting ourselves some more sustain through life leech or through damage. Our health on hit would be fine too, right? We hit a ton of times, especially in these big groups. Life gain on hit isn't going to help us as much against like bosses, and it needs to be life gain on any hit, not life gain on melee hit. Life gain on any hit is quite a bit more difficult to come by. So just gonna have to keep our eyes out. Actually, I don't even know if life gain on any hit is available. It might only be melee hit now. I believe at one point there was life gain on general hit, because I feel like I remember using that on an old version of my Hammerden. I think we're gonna do this Mantle of the Pale Ox. I really like this. This is that thing that allowed me to use that little minion dude to take part of my damage. This one's pretty bad. It's only got 17%. And it's only got 22% increased health. Yeah, those are pretty bad. But we're going to go ahead and empower it and see if we can't get a legendary of it. Or something with some legendary potential. Because I can see that being really good. For pretty much any build. Goodness. That guy hit me pretty hard. Oh, looks like my second Exalted stash is full already. A lot of those are just going to end up getting broken down for parts. Shattering runes. But it's nice just to have some tabs to dump them in. Like I said, at some point I'm going to make some tabs also in a different category that just holds the Exalteds for, paladins, so that I can get like just body armors and stuff that are Exalted that I might actually want to craft on. Because I'm going to want the paladin body armors, the paladin helmets. All those are really good because they all have lots of really high armor compared to just the generic helmets and body armors. So very important. And rings. Need some freaking Exalted rings.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Slay the Temple Guardian.
I cannot do that.
You're not even almost scary, dude. Not even almost.
Do that. I cannot 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 do that.
Bye-bye. So I don't want to use this one right now, but bleed duration and physical damage over time combined is a good little idol. It's too bad that both of those rolls are pretty bad. Idols are something that you actually have a pretty hard time getting good rolls on. Especially some of these, class-based idols. All of my rolls are really middling with most of these. So they're fairly easy to get just kind of in general. But then as soon as you try and start getting a good one, you can just go through tons and tons and tons of them. I got really lucky when the 1.0 launch came out. I was running, obviously, a Sentinel, but I got really lucky with a couple of them that had really high health numbers, as well as, poison damage. Well, that's not helping at all. Actually, let's get hectic, because I really need better ring. Like, I like this ring, but I have to have throwing damage reduction. So let's try randomly changing the Exalted tier here. Right, so we've got this poison damage, so let's change that. Oh, that's a hit right there. Boom. Throwing damage and mana cost. So my skill takes 9 right now. So now I'm reducing that by 4, so it'll only take 5. So that's got to get in half. Means I'm going to be able to cast my hammer throw twice as many times. That is a huge hit. Now we don't do necrotic damage, so we're going to upgrade and reroll that bad boy. Healing effectiveness isn't terrible, but I think we're going to upgrade and reroll into strength. Please and thank you. The reason I want the strength is for the armor. So now, let's take a look at what we're going to be losing here. A little bit of elemental resistance. All of my elemental resistances are fine. So I need poison, a little void, and a little physical. So let's look in here. I've got lightning resistance. I need to change this one. Poison resistance is perfect. We need a little bit of void resistance. Oops, so we're going to go ahead and bang that on. So now we've got our poison, we've got our void. The next thing I want to do is I actually want to glyph that off with the Glyph of Despair. So I don't really like this base, right? This is just a mana base. But that's going to be a stupid good ring. I'm going to Glyph of Despair off that void so that I max out the void, and then I'm going to put physical in its place, or maybe health in its place, because I already almost have max physical. But look at how much more mana we're maintaining here. Just by getting that down, we can now cast pretty much infinite hammers. I can't believe that that rune changed that into throw damage and reduced health. That's so good. I was thinking maybe we would get like a stat or something like that, and then maybe I could Glyph of Despair off that other thing, and then craft throw damage and mana reduction or mana cost reduction on it. But to be able to just straight up get it like that, that's incredible. We are still going to keep getting, we're going to keep recoloring those rings, because I'd like to get a tier 7 of that. And I'd like to put that, I'm always going to be using this Orion's Seal. And I've got a 1LP version of it. So I'd like to just go ahead and put my tier 7 of that mana cost reduction on that. And then have like a whole ass ring slot. Let's go ahead and tinker with for like, you know, extra elemental damage, extra fire damage, stuff like that. And then eventually I'll get like a 3 or 4 LP of my ring. But I want that special ring because it's going to auto cast my Symbols of Hope here. And that gives me, I think, 18% of my maximum life as ward. And then gives me 20% of my maximum life back when I drop into my endurance threshold. So it's going to auto cast that. So I actually should probably do some stuff to increase my endurance threshold. Because if I can get that bumped up, then it'll start casting that sooner. And that'll be a great little way to maintain my health. Because Symbols of Hope's cooldown, I mean, it's only 18 seconds. So we could be auto-casting this pretty big heal every 18 seconds, and that'd be pretty cool. Ooh, an Experience Shrine. So since we have an Experience Shrine here, we're going to try and go through quickly, kill lots of enemies. Oop. But we need to pick up those boots. We're not going to look at what they were. We're just going to run through. Look at how much mana we're maintaining. This is so great. Let's try and get this boss monster here. He's possessed. We definitely have to be careful here. A possessed champion can potentially kill us. We're seeing our health is going down pretty drastically, pretty often there. A lot of stuff going on. I am very much afraid. All we can really do is just stay in it here. We're too far and we don't have an escape skill. So all we really have the ability to do is just continue casting our skills. And we'll just stay really on top of our potions and our shield. I honestly don't know if the shield would help us if we hit it here. It might get us killed. Stay on top of our potions and we'll just keep casting here. He's got a couple of bonuses where he's got more health. Keeps gaining power once in combat. That's bad, so we definitely need to kill him quickly. Because he could very well get so strong that we just can't take him out and then he'll kill us. So, everything seems to be fine. Okay, nice. That was pretty scary. I'm pretty scared.
I cannot do that.
I do want to look at this champion mod item that he gave me, though. Noble gloves, dodge rating, maximum shadows, not important. Let's go off to this side room. A lot of times these side rooms have like chests and stuff in them. So something I'm taking a look at here is how much damage we're doing. So when we were down in that level 58 zone, we were putting a smack down pretty hard on the enemies. But even the regular enemies seem to be taking a lot more hits now. Like these are just some white enemies here. They're taking a minute to kill. I don't like that. That's not quite enough DPS. So we need to sort of adjust our focus a little bit from some of our defensive stats, probably, to more of our attack damage stats. We do still have quite a while, right? We're not moving on to the next... We're not moving on to the next tier of gameplay. We're going to be staying here in these 90s until we get closer to level 80 at least. So we've got a little while. Got some Weaver's Will stuff here. I really like this Clotho's Needle. I feel like there's a good build in there somewhere, right? Block chance is converted to parry chance while not wielding a shield. So this is a two-handed sword. 21% melee critical strike multiplier per meter from the target up to 5 meters. 20% increased range with Firebrand and Puncture. These are not paladin skills. I believe Firebrand is a mage skill, and Puncture is a marksman skill. Then plus 90 melee damage, plus 8 strength, plus 9 dexterity. There's some pretty cool stuff in there, and if you got some good rolls on some Weaver's Will for some additional damage, the damage total on this is pretty freaking high. And then it's got a base plus 5 melee critical strike. So maybe a Blade Dancer or a Spell Blade could make incredible use of this item. So actually, Dullex might get his wish. If we die, maybe we'll do something with that needle. Blade Dancer or something. We'll probably get killed pretty early if we do, but it could be fun. Let's see. This is exactly what I want, but it's kind of low roll. I definitely want this damage over time and this fizz resist are both useful. So the ward decay threshold and ward per second isn't really useful for me here. I really love the tier 5 increased armor damage over time mitigation. Sorry, I missed whatever that was there, Dolex. I like when you attack voltage help you kill enemy. I'm not really sure what you were talking about there. I didn't realize that you had said something new. I thought that was the same message from before. Whoops. Oh my goodness. All my stash tabs are full. What am I gonna do? I wasn't gonna go through the stash tabs until after stream was over. We're filling up so fast, I might not have a choice. This is goddamn ridiculous. Got any more Ignite? Not on here. What about on Forge Guard? Yeah, we got 5 more. Oh, there we go. Whoa. I didn't realize I had so many points that I hadn't put in yet. That was another 21% chance to Ignite. How are we doing on Ignite chance? We're up to 334% base Ignite chance. With 242 damage per Ignite. We need to get another 150 Ignite chance, I think. And we actually need to about double our damage before we're really in a good spot. And that'll make us pretty strong for Empower. That's going to mean pretty much a complete redo of most of our gear. One of the biggest things that's going to affect our damage output, though, is when we get over here. So we're going to get more Ignite damage, 50 more Ignite damage, and honestly, I should probably stop putting points into the Forge Guard and just start driving to get to here.
Mr. Bean says poo poo pee pee poo poo pee pee poo poo.
Poo poo pee pee to you too, Mr. Bean. Filthy animal. What's up? How are you today? Oh, I'm supposed to kill these. Not getting any stream notification. Are you in the Discord? Discord has an automatic stream notification too. Symbols of Hope just saved my life there because I forgot that I moved the button for my potions. Purple Gear probably won't start dropping until you get to the maps, the monoliths, which is after the storyline. In the late storyline, you'll get some purple gear, but mostly that stuff doesn't start dropping until after the storyline is complete and you're in the monoliths. You don't use Discord on your phone? Discord's like best on your phone. Um, I think I have it set up where the people who are subbed to the YouTube channel get a notification. I don't know why you wouldn't be getting a notification. I will make sure and check after stream though. Make sure that my stream setups are set up to make sure that everybody gets those notifications. Just in case I did something wrong. Should be all good to go. I mean, it might be that nobody who watches the streams on YouTube gets notifications. Nobody's said anything to me, but that doesn't mean that they're not failing to get notifications. So it's definitely something I'll look into. Could possibly be something I did. I may also look into it, and it may be a problem that I created, and I might not realize, and so it might not get fixed for a while, because it might take me a couple of times of looking through there to find it. I'm not terribly good at getting that stuff set up, so I do make quite a few mistakes, but I will do what I can and get that fixed for you.
I cannot do that.
Um, yeah, that's just something about ARPGs that is pretty common. They're very bullet hellish, and there's really just a ton of stuff going on all the time. The little spinny hammers are my skills, and everything else, and the little rays of light that are coming down from the sky and zapping things are my skills, and everything else is the enemies. So part of my goal is to sort of avoid as much of their stuff as possible. They do a good job of giving you some indicator of like really big spells. You'll see things on the ground, like little circles on the ground that are typically red. Sometimes they're green. But whenever somebody's going to be doing a slam move, a slam move is just a move that's going to do a ton of instant damage. Then they usually give you some sort of an indicator, and there's quite a bit of a wind up. There are a number of games like this. So this game costs about $35 USD, Mr. Bean. I don't know how you feel about spending that much money on just something you're going to try out. But there is another game that is very much like this game called Path of Exile that is free to play. So if you've never played an ARPG before, just because it's free to play, I would say try Path of Exile first. Path of Exile is quite a bit older than Last Epoch, and I think Last Epoch is ultimately better than Path of Exile, just because they have a little more modern, like, loot filter system, and their skill system I think is a little more interesting, at least per skill. But I would hate for you to go and spend 30 or 40 bucks on a video game and then decide that the whole genre just really isn't for you. So might try the free one first.
I cannot do that.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, for a game, it's fairly average, and I don't know if they have any sort of price localization, Mr. Bean. It's possible that the cost is different where you are compared to where I am, right? It's Steam, so you can do price localizations on Steam, and they may have done that. I don't know if they have, but I would check. It's becoming more and more of a common thing on the internet or with gaming companies is to localize prices based on local economies.
too heavy.
Why do I have too much stuff? It seems wrong. Alright, we'll keep that one. No, keep that one. Keep that one. Sure. Ooh, I actually want all of these. Nice. Alrighty. If y'all give me just 1 second here, I am going to go and see about some food. I'm a little hungry. And then I'll be right back. Alrighty, we back. We are back. So, I just speak and swallow at the same time there did not go very well. Need to take a little bit of a look here, though, at some of our equipment. See maybe where we could stand to make some improvements like this right here. Don't need that 19 lightning res anymore. But that could easily be health. Looking over here, we definitely need that poison resist. Actually, all of these stats are pretty good. The spell damage doesn't really work. Increased damage over time, chance to ignite, poison resist. All good stats, plus it's a health base. Its implicit is pretty low, right? It's only giving me 10 health, but that's fine. So I'm good with that. I like this shield, but we should probably move into like a real shield. For example, something like this, right? The block chance is super high. Block effectiveness there is super high. That poison res we probably don't need, but honestly, I want to craft on that a little bit. That's a pretty good shield, just straight out of the box. We need some more levels to be able to get into this. We definitely don't need that poison. Oh, I can't even craft on it until I'm of a high enough level to use it. That I don't like. I would very much like to be able to craft on items, even if I can't use them. Because I want to have stuff prepared for when it's time. I do understand why they do it, because it is possible to get an item geared up in a way that you wouldn't be able to use it. So, you know, I could be like using this amulet and then click the button one too many times and level it up to where I can no longer equip it. And that would suck a lot. But there's something about not being able to prepare items before it. You know, I forget that they exist. I forget that I need to craft on them. And then my build just isn't as powerful as it could be. This belt is pretty decent. These are pretty low tiers, right? That increased fire damage could have 3 more tiers on it. That increased elemental damage could have 3 more tiers on it. That percent health could have 2 more tiers on it. That fizz resistance could have another tier on it. So while I like this belt, I could definitely use like an upgraded version of the exact same thing would be pretty nice. Because I believe, yeah, if I could get the next tier of physical resistance, that would cap my fizz, which would be great. Um, looking in here at this, that dex we don't need. That is a pretty big chunk of necrotic resistance. But if we look over at our necro resistance, we're actually over cap by 40. So that's 44 right there. So we could get rid of this item and not need that necro resistance. That fire resistance is also useless. That lightning resistance is also useless. So really the only thing I'm getting out of this relic right now is the strength. And then its base, right? The 5% increased armor, 10% void resistance is helping as well. But I just realized this thing has 37 forging potential. So I have an idea. We're going to get crazy with it. I like this base, but I am going to willingly sacrifice it, right? And we're going to use one of these glyphs of envy. And this is what the glyph of envy is all about, right? So the glyph of envy destabilizes an item unpredictably, changing all other properties other than the affix being upgraded. So I'm going to upgrade strength to tier 5 here. This stability is siphoned to the most recent monolith timeline you entered, greatly increasing its stability. So this is just going to help me move through this timeline faster, which is awesome, but isn't terribly important for me right now because I got a lot of leveling to do. But when I do this, I'm going to get to tier 5 strength, and then the base type and all of this other stuff is going to change. And since none of this is of any value to me right now, potentially I get a much better item. Hit it, we lose 5 forging potential, we're up to tier 5 strength. It gave us sealed necrotic resistance again. It gave us poison and physical resistance. It gave us throwing damage, which I don't really. So we got some interesting things that aren't really valuable. That poison res isn't going to help me. That necrotic resistance, I guess at least still I'm going to be overcapped. And then it gave me fizz res, which I guess will at least cap my fizz res. What I want to do is I want to try and get rid of this poison resistance. So let's hit it with a chaos. Oh, gotta be a higher level. Can I even equip this now? Oh, and it changed. I've got void damage and spell. So I guess a little bit of bonus. Oh, and I can't even equip it. Whoopsie. Okay, I've made a boo-boo. Made a big old boo-boo. Let's take a look then. Do I have any other? This one's not bad, but it only gives you that bonus on melee hit, that health gained on melee hit. And I'm not hitting with melee at all. So that's a little rough. Here we have some cold and lightning resist, but I'm over cap on both of those. Let's just go with the health base then, right? It's got a tier 6 strength. At the very least, I can use the base health, which is awesome. It's got a whole bonus here, and I can maybe reroll that into something. Reroll that into something. Reroll it into something. Chance to apply frailty on hit. That's actually great. A frailty makes the enemy do 6% less damage, which is awesome. So we're totally down for that. We don't necessarily need throwing damage. Definitely don't need crit multi. Definitely don't need crit strike chance. But we do want fire damage. That is absolutely perfect. So thankfully we had tons of forging potential. So we got to roll all those a bunch of times. Now we're just going to hit this with a health. We got a crit success. Nice. So now as we level up with this item, have an opportunity to roll some more on that health. We actually have health in a very high value for its tier, 24 of 25. So I might even go ahead and use those glyphs that when I upgrade a tier, it stays at the same value. Or maybe I won't. My chance to apply frailty and my fire percent are pretty low here. So I might go ahead and just use the reroll. So we might just roll with the glyph of hope, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of time or a little bit of forging potential left to reroll the affix values. Yeah, Dolex, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, saying what's up. Hope you have a great day. Or a great sleep, or whatever. Words are hard. We're probably just going to trash this item at some point. Okay. That was a massive upgrade. Just absolutely insane. We're up to 1400 HP. We want to get 2000 plus before we move into empowered monoliths. But we've got plenty of levels, right? We're only in level 68. So I'm going to say we got 10 more levels. Because of that, we're going to get one more level here. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Damien. Let me just go fight Uber Aberoth in level 68. Let's do it. I got this. No problemo. Oh, yeah, but this gives tons of base health. So this will be a good one. So we'll get one more point in something that gives health. Maybe this one right here. Oh, no, this is armor in. Just type. Let's go to the search bar. There we go. Plus 7%. Necrotic resistance. So if I get this necro resistance, right, 7 times 7 is 49%. That means I can get rid of all of the necrotic resistance that I have on these boots right here. So I could end up getting a much, much better boot. Also, these boots have forging potential. Let's use some of that. Oh. Right back to intelligence. Thank you very much for that. We did hit some void resistance, though. So our void resistance should actually be higher now. Can I go in here and do a little more void resistance? Let's do it. Upgrade. Maybe one more time. Perfect. And I know can't do that vital. So yeah, now we're totally overcap on our void. Fabulous. So just a little bit of necro, just a little bit of physical. We're in a really good spot there. Feel very, very comfortable. Especially considering how high our block chance and block effectiveness are. And our armor's only doing 43%. But that's on top of all that mitigation from all that resistance. So that's pretty solid. So let's get in here. Let's kill some more dudes. That is what it's all about, is killing dudes.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Oh, nice. That little loot lizard just took me right down here to the void gate. I can just seal this bad boy off. Ain't that sweet of him? That's the other thing I sort of need to start looking into, is changing this fire starter. It's a good weapon. I think I probably need a scepter. I think scepters can do fire damage on, like, just ignite chance, just base ignite chance, not um, melee ignite chance. Because I think the swords only do melee. I think the scepters can do something more general. I need to find a scepter that's not... doesn't have 4 stats on it so that I can look. Well, I guess I can actually just look in here. Ignite. Chance to ignite on hit. Yeah. So this can be applied to one-handed axe, dagger, one-handed mace, scepter, one-handed sword. Oh. So this is just straight up not melee hit at all anymore. There is no chance to ignite on melee hit. It's just chance... not that there is no chance to ignite on melee hit, because obviously there is. This is just straight up chance to ignite on hit. That can be added to all the different types of weapons. So that's really cool. One of the things I thought about making this a Forge Guard character, because the Forge Guard can put two-handed weapons on. And I was really interested in seeing maybe with the sword and the shield, or with the two-handed weapon and the shield, two-handed weapons can get much, much higher stat values because you can't wear a shield with them. So you basically get double stat values on your two-handed weapons. And so you could get huge amounts of ignite chance through the Forge Guard being able to hold a two-handed weapon and a shield.
I cannot do that.
Oh shit, I'm talking to myself. Such a dum-dum.
Stand down or die.
Ooh, look at all those idols. Actually, this should be tiered up. Ooh. Didn't get a second stat, but it did get all the way to tier 5 on the increased armor. Percent of armor mitigation applies to damage over time. So I don't actually think I want to change any of these anymore. Reduce damage taken from criticals. Damage over time phys res, which isn't great, but that's fine. And then armor and dot mitigation. All super good. I think I will look for more of those same. Ooh, wow, I got all kinds of rings with this throw damage reduction. Doesn't look like any of them are exalted though, and you need exalted items to add things to legendary potential. So I need to get a purple that has that stat. And then even if it's not the purple stat, I can still add the stat. But the item has to have a purple stat to be able to be used for legendaries. That Storm Shrine, that Arcing Shrine. Oh, we doing all the lightnings. And then we're just gonna come over here in the middle and spin my hammers. These stupid fat guys don't get close enough.
Stand down or die.
At least not right away. So annoying. Goodness gracious, I love the arena maps. Ooh. See, here's what I'm talking about. Tier 6 here is 250% increased fire damage. That is absolutely insane. Alright, nothing I really wanted in there. Let's definitely go get some more idols. We're pretty short on idols. I don't like this map. This lighting is really shit. Couldn't see while I was in there. Definitely, like, I understand it's cool to have ambiance in ARPGs, and it's cool to have an interesting backdrop on which to slay massive numbers of enemies. But these games already have so much going on the screen, so many blinking lights and bullshit like that, that I need to be able to see those things. I need to be able to see the enemies. And a big part of these games is dodging attacks and not getting hit just through your gameplay, right through your buttons. And so, if there's lighting in an area that makes that more difficult for no other reason than ambiance, don't do that. That's bad. This game is punishing and brutal and difficult enough, which I love, but I don't also want to be punished because the game is set up to be hard to see. Oof, I was taking a bunch of damage in there. My sigils didn't have to go off, so I didn't get all the way down. We were, we hit a couple of pots in there. That's for sure. This guy is beastie. Get that mac waddle. Maintaining 140 to 160 ignites, that's pretty decent. I do want to get more than that, but it's pretty decent for right now. Murder, murder, murder. Kill, kill, kill.
Your threat has been spun. Is incomplete.
Ooh, another Clotho's needle. That one's actually pretty bad Weaver's Will numbers, though. I'd go ahead and hang on to it anyway. It'll be a nice starter, so that way if I'm just getting a build started with it, we don't have to worry too much. Didn't really look like any of those idols were worth it. And I don't have any idols to throw in here. Until I get some spares, I don't want to be throwing my good idols in there because I do like their stats at least enough to hang on to for right now, so.
Stand down or die.
And I was talking to myself again. I'm getting real good at that. I have been really flighty today. My brain just ain't working. It's weird how stuff like that can happen. Where your focus can just be all off. And like, I feel fine. There's nothing wrong. Focus is just weird today. Paladin, the Needler. It's actually kind of a cool name. That hurt.
Stand down or die.
Alright, last one of these stupid little rune wizards. Alright, nice. I love how when you finish the map, like you do the little quest or whatever associated with the map, when you bring out your teleport, it's green like that to tell you that you did actually complete the objective. So if you open up your map, or if you open up your teleport in your map and it's blue, don't go in it. That means you haven't completed the objective. It's a super cool, quick little visual way. I don't know who came up with that idea, but they're a fucking genius. Let's get one of these. Then we're gonna get a bunch of fire pen. Maybe my healing effectiveness will get up to 200%, and then I'll get 2% penetration from that. What else does this one do? Increase melee attack speed. So I'll probably actually only put 1 point. Well, no, I gotta put 4 points in this one. Oof, that sucks. So I have absolutely decided that I actually think that a Forge Guard is a better ignite than a Paladin. So let's take a look at this real quick. I might respec at some point. So all of your ignite chance with Paladin, especially with your hammer throw. So if you're using Warpath, then bleed also changes into ignite. But if you're not using Warpath, you're using hammer throw instead, your bleed does not change into ignite. So this doesn't help your ignites. Now it will give you a chance to get some additional bleeds, and that's great, but you're not scaling bleed. So this is pretty negligible. Especially because this is throwing bleed and melee bleed, then nothing else, none of your spells, if you were using just regular ranged attacks or anything like that that weren't throwing, none of those would end up being a part of this. So that's not good at all. When you go into Forge Guard and you look at Ignite, you still get the same thing. All of your ignites happen here. They're very generic Ignite chants. You could get pretty much all the Ignite. I feel like I'm missing. No, it's definitely this one that I was looking for. And this is doubled if you're using a two-handed melee weapon. So at 10, this is 80%. Nope, 70%. But then it's 140 if you're using a two-handed weapon. And it also applies to minions, which I wonder if the doubled also applies to minions. And then you've got, well, there's no more Ignite chance on this tree. But you still have the access to the Ignite chance here. And the fire penetration. So all you're losing is this more Ignite damage, which 50% more Ignite damage is huge. But I don't know if it's more than you would get from having the two-handed bonus here, and then being able to equip a two-handed weapon with your shield to get two-handed stats. I guess I could forego the shield. Here's shared increased fire damage. That's nice. Let's actually, so we're looking at ignites, but let's look at fire damage. There's a lot of fire damage on this tree. Fire shred stacks, that's pretty important. Melee fire damage, throwing fire damage. I don't really want those. Fire pin per 5 strength plus 1%. Shared increased fire damage over time. Shared increased fire damage. Take less fire damage per point of overcapped fire resistance up to a maximum. Shared elemental resistance with a shield. And then let's look at what's available in fire. So we get some fire pen here. I probably need to take this actually and cast these. That'll help do some more ignites. Fire res shred per 2 strength, 1%. Probably need to be taking this too. Actually, let's take one of those. Then we'll take 4 of these and go to this. Increased fire damage, 8% per point. Yeah, this is okay. So Paladin probably is the way to go. Looks like there's some good stuff over there, but there's also some interesting implications with a build. I think maybe Warpath Ignite is better as the Forge Master. And the reason I think that is... Oh. Gosh, I really don't know what to think. So there's a set that goes with forged weapons that allows you to summon a forged weapon, and I have the whole set now. But it allows you to summon a forged weapon periodically, and it is a two-handed weapon, and it increases fire damage based on how many forged weapons you have. So I'm sort of having an interesting time here because I want to be able to use a shield, right? I want that security. I want those defensive stats. So I would need to be playing a Forge Guard to access the ability to use a two-handed mace so that I could wield a two-handed mace and have the full set benefit, because one of the set pieces is a two-handed mace. And we'll go look at that set piece here in a minute and see exactly what that set would do for us. Because there was a lot of shared and minion ignite chance on there. And there might be some minion ignite chance on the forged weapon tree. And so if you could get the minions to be doing, you know, a couple 100% ignite chance, that would be pretty insane. And then, so the shields from Ring of Shields are also classified as minion. So you could get those doing some cool stuff because they have shrapnel skill or a shrapnel bonus, so they can explode and do damage when they're destroyed. And that's another layer of defense that would then maybe also be generating some
Too heavy. Too heavy. Too heavy.
I am super out of room in here. I forgot to depot.
Too heavy.
Okay, that's good. There is a lot of interesting things going on with builds right now. People glommed on to the judgment thing pretty quick, and I think it's a great build. Obviously, it's what people are taking down Uber Aberoth with, so that's awesome. And I think people were right in recognizing that Ignite Sentinel has changed a lot, but I don't think it's necessarily gotten worse, and I don't think that it's necessarily gotten better because of Paladin. I think it's gotten better because of... So I really want to look into that. 7 cold resist. I need to make a little room for this. Get rid of the Makawaddle. Damage reflected doesn't matter. Melee damage also. So what I'd like to see here is I'd like to have this block chance, and I'd like to have it with the throwing. Ooh, healing effectiveness is. Damage over time better than healing effectiveness. Minion health. Poopy. You're poopy. Almost went back into another map without repoing my stuff. Trash tab here. Perfect. So most of these exalted items that I'm picking up, I am just going to shatter. I've got a couple hundred runes of shattering that I just haven't been using, and I need to go ahead and get through some of them. I need the extra affixes anyway. Always nice to have more shards of as many different affixes as I can. So we're going to go through and shatter a ton of that stuff after stream today. Because I've spent most of my time in unempowered monoliths. Yeah, I'm having a hard time talking today. Holy cow. Because I've spent most of my time in unempowered monoliths, I actually don't have a ton of um, double, because you can get 2 exalted mods. So I don't have a ton of those. So most of mine are just going to get clipped with either runes of removal if I like the stat, or shatter runes if I don't care. And I just want, a lot of extra. And then I'll probably tonight, when I do my loot filter, I'll probably actually add a filter on there that doesn't just show all exalteds, but only shows exalteds with, say, 20, or maybe 17 or 18 total affix tiers. So that way I know that I'm getting like the best bang for my buck with my shatter runes. And that'll cut down a lot on even the exalted spam that we see. Because once we move into empowered monos, and you can even see it now, we're seeing a lot of exalteds and we're picking up a lot of exalteds. And I just don't need to be picking those up. So we'll cut it down to where we only see the ones. Ooh, I was ambushed in the middle of fighting this champion. Hang on. Lock in. There we go. Okay, that would have been bad as shit.
Stand down or die.
But we good. We made it. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Man, it's nice to be tanky as hell. I got mad respect for people who play like marksman or the mage classes and stuff. Don't play like the super janky, I have infinite ward builds, but like legit do a lot of their defenses based on dodging attacks because there's no way I could possibly do that. I would just die. I would just be dead all the time. I really want to make like a Spellblade build because I think there are some cool Spellblade builds, but I just don't. I don't think I could. Pretty sure I would just die. Like, how are you supposed to dodge inside of all this crap? What are those people made out of? They must have the most insane reflexes of any person in existence. Like NASCAR driver tier reflexes. Robos. Yeah, take those 160 ignite stacks. Get wrecked, dude. In a stack of Kismet, when you directly use a melee attack and hit at least one enemy, when you use a throwing attack, consume all stacks of Kismet to gain plus 8% throwing critical strike chance and plus 8% throwing physical damage per stack. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, I think the thing there is you want to be using a melee attack to trigger a throwing attack. I don't know if there are melee attacks that trigger throwing attacks. I like this damage over time, and I like this physical resistance, but that physical resistance stat is just a little bit meh. So I think I need to re-enchant this one and try and get... That's trash. try and get some more of this armor stuff. This damage over time stuff and the less crit damage taken stuff is just so good that I don't think I can live without it. Let's go kill this champion. We apparently have cleared the zone, so we'll kill this champion mob right here and then we'll bail. Oh, it's this dude. Blizz the Slicer is about a tanky boy. This one's not possessed, so that's great. But focuses on attacking player, heals if not damaged recently. Don't have to worry about that. But he's about a tanky fool. And he put the whammy down on me a little bit. Let's go depot. Ooh, actually, one of those helmets. I can't wear it yet. Oh, gotta be level 85, okay. That's all mana. Yeah, so I don't actually care about that one. But that is definitely one of the helmets I want, because I want the helmets with the really high armor. And honestly, we might go ahead. I saw an armor bonus in there. So we might actually go ahead and use that helmet and do another one of those glyphs of destabilization or whatever on it. And just see what we get. Sounds like it could be real fun. What did this get? Dodge rating, increased armor. Armor mitigation also applies to damage over time. I hope that I get a bunch more points into that one instead of the dodge rating, because I don't dodge. I'm a meat tank, not a dodge tank. Ooh, set lizard. This one is also called an overburdened lizard, but it's definitely one of the big ones. Hey, look at all that. Offhand catalyst, gloves. Got synthas and last gift of the mountain. I don't actually know those. Let's look at this real quick. So synthas is a 2-item set. It gives plus to curse skills and plus to minion skills. Okay, that's not anything to do with me. But I think it's also this one-handed mace, right? So a shield and a one-handed mace. And then this one is relic, a 2-handed staff, and a boot. And this has spell cold damage, spell physical damage, 100% chance to cast avalanche boulder at target when you critically hit with a spell. So this is interesting. My older brother was making an avalanche build, and he was using avalanche to trigger earthquakes. So if you could use any spell to cause a crit that would then throw an avalanche boulder that could then trigger an earthquake, you could be casting 3 spells at once there. That's kind of dope. I don't remember, it may have been something like the 3rd avalanche boulder or something like that, or the last avalanche boulder. Might have been what it said. So you may actually have to straight up cast avalanche to cause the earthquake thing to happen. You have to look into it. But that's the kind of stuff you got to look at when you're making builds in this game. If you want to make something that's, you know, kind of intricate and cool, is because there are lots of things, lots of uniques in this game that trigger spells or skills on certain actions. Lots of skills in this game that trigger other skills. Lots of crazy shit like that happening. And it just makes for some really interesting, intricate builds. They're not usually super, super great because most of the time when you're doing a lot of that, you're sort of creating single button builds. And I tend to get into the weeds with it a little bit, and I tend to make
I cannot do that.
things that are too intricate and that I'm causing too much stuff. And so I'm using too much of my itemization real estate and too many of my skill points inside of my skills to make other skills happen. And then I'm not capitalizing on the damage scaling and stuff of those skills well enough because I don't have, the affixes and stuff I need and stuff like that. At 5:20, so we've got about 45 minutes before they're going to put down a patch. That'll put us at about a 5-hour stream. I wonder how long this patch will take to roll out. But I don't want to stop at 5 hours. But maybe we will. Maybe we'll stop at 5 hours and something. It's nice to have short days sometimes. I did wake up pretty late, so that'll actually be pretty close to our normal stopping time. Because I woke up fucking 3 hours late or something, 4 hours late today. Ooh. You know what? I can't really put that in there. Can't put this in there though. I think we're gonna do that. Do I have anything that has like an ignite chance? Chance to ignite on hit. There we go. Oh, that's a two-hander. Never mind. Okay, well, let's just put that on. Firm. Yes. Empower. So I've lost a bit of damage here. That's fine. Nice. So I have another one of those fire sticks. Ooh, what's that? Is that a shield? Protective Kulnivan shield of fortification. So it's got base 25% block. Ward gained on block. And, ooh, a chance to upgrade. Okay. So this is what I want right here. I'm going to use one of these. This one has a tier 7 block effectiveness and a tier 4 block chance. It's got bonus armor. It has necrotic resistance, which I probably don't need. But if I can despair off or seal off that necrotic resistance and then throw a health on there or a different resistance that I might need or something like that, this is a phenomenal shield. Phenomenal. So I'm going to be hanging on to that. That's going to be staying in my inventory because I want to upgrade it too. I want to see what the Kulnivan shield does. So let me look that up real quick. In the meantime, we're going to put all the rest of this stuff in here. The other kind of shield I like is this one right here, because it's 75 poison resist, just straight up, which makes it really good for limiting how much resistance you need. Let's do last Epoch full Nivan shield. You have to have these shield equipped. It can't just be in your inventory. Okay. And the Avenged Kolnavan shield just gives ward decay threshold. So I think that ward gained on block is probably one of the strongest stats that you can get on a shield. And the reason I think that is because it creates a barrier to damaging you, right? Every attack that's going to actually do damage to you has got to do more than whatever your ward gained on block is, right? So if that can go up to 48, and it's normally at 40, or it's at 40 right now for that one, that means that something has to be able to do more than 40 damage to me. Now, that also is dependent on your block chance, but I usually have a really high block chance, right? I'm looking at 70%. Is a pretty typical. I'm only at 50 right now, but that's because I'm using kind of a slightly lower block chance shield. So, and then I'm getting my block chance bounces because of the shield that I'm using. But with 25%, that's an additional 10. I'll be at base 60% block chance. So say every other hit I block. So every hit has to do at least 20 damage to me to actually do any damage. And that's a great barrier, because the damage numbers in this game aren't terribly high, right? I only have 2,000 hit points. I'm not, this isn't PoE, this isn't Diablo, where your stat numbers are super out of control. The stat numbers in this game are really respectful of numbers. We use low numbers. And so I don't, being able to put that barrier in place is just kind of insanely important. And so as a shield base type, that's really good. I like this helmet. Chance to ignite on hit with fire skills. Unfortunately, none of the skill, well, light is a fire skill, but you can't turn hammers into a fire skill, which makes me a little sad. Otherwise, I'd be using that helmet right now. Probably should have picked it up. Actually, I definitely should have picked it up, but whatever. I like that helmet quite a bit. There's a lot of really interesting uniques in this game because of the LP system, and because ultimately if you had, a 4 LP item, a 4 LP item is basically your standard 4 stat item plus whatever the unique does for you, which I think is really crazy and a lot of fun. So I want to get a bunch of high LP uniques and use them to make my build super duper strong. Oh, crazy offhand. This is on melee hit, so I actually need to respec this. So I'm not doing any melee hits. Hey, thanks, Strat. I appreciate that. I didn't even realize I had hit 70. We're moving right along today. That's 19 levels in 4.5 hours. We've stopped a couple of times to talk about some stuff and explain some things. And He was cruising right along. Haha, get bubbled. How's your game going? Or are you still at work right now? Bummer. This dude hops around too much. It's annoying. We got bubbled. Need to get 2 bubbles. Gotta get that double bubble. I want to break free. I want to break free. I mean, most of your power in this game, Drat, is based on your equipment. And so your first playthrough on a new season, you're always going to be like kind of trying to keep yourself in line with the level of stuff that you're fighting against, because that'll just keep your power kind of in line, right? You have to go through the different tiers of gear. You have to go through, you know, having stuff that maybe doesn't have as good of affixes and stuff like that. But as soon as you get a character up towards empowered monos, and you build yourself up a little bit of a backlog of some items and some affix shards and stuff like that so that you can craft, you really just find yourself way, way more powerful than any content below empowered monoliths. And so you kind of get to just sprint through everything, which is good. I think that's a wonderful system because, you know, it makes you really have to consider your first playthrough, right? And to pay attention a little bit, and it makes your first playthrough a little more deadly and a little more difficult. And then after that, after you've already gone through the rigmarole of getting a character through the campaign and getting through, you know, the first tier of monoliths and all of that stuff, the game isn't trying to hold you back from getting back there anymore. You know, it says, hey, take some of this power that you gained previously on your account and get yourself killed. Oh, good, good. I can just leave. I hope that Nemesis mob is still there when I get back. But, you know, take some of this power that you have on your account that you've built up and speed yourself up a little bit. Back to where you were a little faster. Okay, all the items disappeared. I have no potions. We're gonna fight some enemies and get some potions. Because that Nemesis dude just smacked me around.
Stand down or die.
Hopefully he's still got some of his hit points gone. He's still there. Okay, he is still there. He still does have his hit points gone. He's in a pretty bad spot. But that's okay. We're gonna spend a little time filling up our health potions here. I keep trying to click further into the zone, and it keeps like taking me out of the zone. So I'm gonna have to click really far away. Alright, there's my last health potion. I got all 3 of them. That was pretty terrifying. I don't think my sigils went off, so I wasn't really that close to dying. Alright. Okay, all it did was give my... Oh, that was part of the problem. I never put my other one of those on. So I didn't get any legendary stats on there. It just gave it 1 legendary potential, which is kind of a bummer. Would have liked to see a legendary stat or 2 on there. Whatever. We'll take the 1 legendary potential and we'll go turn it into a little beginner item. And when inevitably this character gets killed, we'll have a nice little fire starter staff to start a new one with. These fire starter staves, if you ever see them, pick them up because they have no level requirement. So you can use these straight out of the gate, and they do that spreading flames. And the spreading flames is really, really strong and basically kills everything through the first 3 or 4 acts just by itself. So all you have to do is get one that has a decent chance to drop that spreading flames, and then, you know, find something that'll hit lots of enemies, and then you smack them 1 time, that spreading flames hits everything, and then you just sprint through the fucking... Really, really nice. It's not necessarily a great end game item. It'll probably be pretty good end game for this build, but there aren't very many builds that I think would do well in empowered monos with it. But there's basically no build that doesn't benefit from that item through the early game. Because I'm pretty sure that's just generic hit. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it is. A 17% chance to inflict spreading flames on hit. So when it says generic hit like that, that means melee hit, that means throwing hit, that means spell hit, that means all of it. So the only things that don't count as hits are things that You like channel and do damage over time, but don't do hits through that damage over time. So hits can be done with whirlwind, for example, but I think there are some spells that you can channel that don't actually hit while they go. So, I mean, it's literally just a universally badass item.
The Weaver waits.
Armor mitigation. Okay, so all those stats went into that dodge rating, which was not what I wanted. Yeah, the Weavers mob do a lot of weird like white and green flashy effects, and they're cool and they look nice, and I don't necessarily hate them, but some of them are pretty benign but are extremely flashy, and I don't like that. If you're gonna have something flashy on the ground that's gonna catch my eye, then I want it to be something that I better get the fudge out of the way from, because I'm gonna be paying attention to it because it's so flashy and eye catching, and so I need that to be the scariest stuff. I think that's important. And the things that are flashy there are extremely benign. Hey, what's up, Vin? How are you today? You keep calling yourself my lucky charm, but I've lost 2 characters now. So either you need to be around more, or you're not nearly as lucky as you think you are. Submitted your assignment? Good. Good. What was your assignment on? Web design. I had to create a website. Hey, good for you. I'm jelly. I've tried a few times to use some web development helpers and stuff, and I just didn't really like it. It was too complicated for me. you still have to know you still have to know a lot to use ChatGPT to do a lot of that stuff. I love I love ChatGPT, I really do. I love generative AI for its basic understanding of so many topics. Right? I wouldn't use it if I was trying to write a master's thesis or something like that. but if I needed to have a high school level of knowledge about something, or an early college level of knowledge about something, then I would absolutely get on ChatGPT and at the very least get it to point me in the direction of some stuff I might need to look into to get that baseline level of knowledge. Well, right, but it still only makes that stuff so good. There are still parts of your website that ChatGPT wouldn't be able to make, and it is still going to make mistakes, and you're going to have to be able to go in there and know enough about HTML to look over it and correct any errors that it may have made. And you have to know what it is about a website that you're going to have to put effort into creating. How are certain things set up? What is some terminology? Terminology is really important with ChatGPT because if you use terminology from a field that you're trying to learn about or get it to tell you about, then it responds, I think, generally much more accurately and much more intelligently. But if you just use really general terminology, then it kind of responds to you in kind because those are the types of examples it's going to see online, right? Smart people who are really knowledgeable about a topic talk to other people who are really knowledgeable about a topic. And so its frame of reference is when somebody asks this question using these specific words, here's the responses that normally get given. And so if I'm just in there like, how make website, then it's going to tell me some very generic basic steps on how to make a website. And it's probably not going to do a whole lot for me. But if I say, I'm building a website based on whatever architecture, and I'm going to be using, this color palette, and, I'd like some standardized formatting for such and such a standard format, lotta, lotta, lotta. I don't know exactly anything about web design, so I don't know if what I'm even saying makes any sense. You put some more specific stuff in there that have to do specifically with web development, and it's going to kick back an answer that says some much more important specific stuff. And if you use that same terminology and ask it to write the code for you, then again, it's going to have some much more specific examples to pull from and just give you a better code example. So there is a person with knowledge will get more out of ChatGPT than a person without. I think it closes that gap a little bit, for sure. A person who knows absolutely nothing about a topic can absolutely get quite a bit out of ChatGPT. And I think it's a great starting point to learn about anything new, for sure. But it isn't at a point yet where it can just be a replacement for experience and trial and error and stuff like that, I don't think. But it's still cool to have. Well, thanks, Vin. I appreciate that. I like to think so. But I don't know many people who would agree with you. All of my trash folders getting filled up. So if you could learn one skill, what would it be? Would probably be... So how general or specific do I get to make the skill? Yeah, they're doing alright. I definitely need to improve my loot filter, Drat. But just having those stash tabs, I've started picking up so much more stuff. Because I know that I'll have somewhere to put it, and it'll be organized. I leave a lot of stuff on the ground because I'm afraid of having to go back and organize it. But if I could learn one skill, I'm going to go pretty generic with this. I would probably want to learn game development. But when I say game development, I sort of mean all of the skills that go with that. So, you know, digital art, programming, networking. You know, there's so much. It's such a broad topic. But I would like to be very proficient in all of the things that go into developing video games. Because I'd really like to develop video games. More specifically, I would like to run a development studio. And so I want to have a pretty broad knowledge and a pretty deep knowledge of all aspects of game development so that I could run a game development studio intelligently and so that I could ask people to create things in the game and to push a game in a certain direction knowledgeably, right? Like I'm not just saying, oh, I'd like for this game to have, you know, XYZ, and it's actually totally impossible for a game to have those things due to, you know, software or hardware restrictions or something like that of the time. So I would like to have all of that knowledge so that I could do that well. Not that I'm ever going to be in charge of a game development studio. That's not going to be a thing. But in La La Land, that's what I would want. Maybe one day you guys will make me a millionaire. And I can hire a bunch of people to make video games. You ever want to chat with somebody that has some experiments to answer those questions? I know a really nice guy. Oh, yeah? Just due to the fact that I don't... the fact that I don't have the ability right now to make any value out of getting those questions answered. That would just kind of be a waste of that person's time. And I wouldn't want to do that. Because it's not like anything would come of it. But I appreciate it, Drat. Maybe one of these days, you know? Yeah, it's a lot, Vin. Like, and especially because either you have to really, really focus down and specialize on like one aspect of game development, whether it be digital art or, um, animation or coding or, whatever it is. And then you have to go join a studio and just do that one aspect of game development. Or you have to learn literally all of it and try and be a solo developer. And there's just so much. And I wouldn't really want to join a development studio because I wouldn't want to make whatever game somebody was telling me to make, right? I would want to make the game that I wanted to make. And so I don't have any interest in starting out as low person on the totem pole, just grinding away, punching in code, not actually getting to make any sort of decisions or anything. Like that would kind of irk me. I wouldn't want to do it. So is this that Sliz dude again? It is Sliz. Dude, I've been fighting Sliz the Slicer all over the place today. Homie needs to get off of me. Not my type, dude. Oh, he only got 7 more minutes left before the game's going down. What a sad day. Damage output is feeling pretty good though. We definitely have a lot of room for improvement just through our passive skills. We're going to be seeing a lot of increased damage coming out, so don't think we're going to have a problem being able to kill things in the future. We may be looking at having a problem surviving though. I definitely need more hit points. Excuse me. And try and run through this one real quick and see if maybe before the 20-minute mark, 4 or 5:20 here when the game's supposed to come down, maybe I can get, oh yeah, this is an arena, this is perfect. Maybe I can go get those idols as well. It almost got me. Okay, I don't actually think we're gonna have the time here. And I would hate to leave the rewards just sitting. Like, open up the idol thing, all the idols pop out, and then oops. Get wrecked. We did make a solid 20 levels already today. A little over 5 hours. Which I think is pretty solid. I am going to keep playing today, but I'm probably going to stop the stream here because we have to reset anyway. Because the servers are going down. Or it shouldn't be very long. It should only be a minute or two. But I think it's a good spot to go ahead and just call the stream. So yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. Thanks for being active in the chat as always. And thanks for keeping me company while I sit here and beat my head against the wall that is this game. And constantly try and die. Quick, before Skoski gets his TTS
says,
in.
Smiley face emoji, smiley face
Hi,
emoji,
hey, Yuski.
smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
We're going to sit here
smiley
until
face
all the
emoji.
smiley face emojis are over. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so I hope everybody has a great day. And we'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to try and get up at the time I'm supposed to be getting up tomorrow. I've been not sleeping enough, but I'll get to bed early tonight and make sure that I get up at the right time tomorrow so we can have our normal stream. So yeah, thanks again. Hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you on the next one.